is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are the Force. We are the Lions.
Over the weekend, the Indians will unveil a statue commemorating the career of Frank Robinson as the first African-American manager in Major League Baseball. He played for both the Reds and the Indians because he was a player-manager while he was with Cleveland. In the series opener down in Cincinnati, Zach Cozart with a key RBI hit, igniting the Reds to a series opening win. But the Tribe came back last night, and what a throw in right field by Daniel Robertson, thwarting a Reds rally as the Indians held on to win it by a final score of 8-7. Well, the tarp is off the field, and we are ready for action here tonight as the Indians and Reds continue their series, a two-gamer now here at Progressive Field. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Terry Francona has tinkered with his starting lineup. That got Jason Kipnis going at the top, and by flip-flopping Encarnacion and Santana, seems like a little thing, but in 8 games, Edwin has now hit 4 home runs.
I mean, you know, it starts slowly. You can't do it all at once. And Encarnacion is picking the pace up little by little. He's hitting the ball hard. Sometimes he's hitting it foul, but not yesterday. He hit 2 home runs. He's the only guy to hit 2 home runs for 3 different teams in the Great American Ballpark. The Indians were the 3rd team. He did it with Toronto. He did it with Cincinnati. So it's nice to see that big bat going.
Kind of been a start and stop year for Trevor Bauer. He lost his first 2. Then won his next 2, then lost 2. Now he's won 2. Can he make it 3 in a row here tonight?
Well, he can. He had a steady diet of fastballs in the upper part of the quadrant against the Astros, mixed in with a very good curveball. Now, he's had a lot of success against the Astros. Hopefully, he can do that against the Cincinnati Reds. I want to see him blend it in and try and throw fewer than almost 20 pitches a game. He's second in the league as far as throwing pitches per inning, but I think he can do it. If he doesn't walk anybody, his problem, try and keep the ball in the ballpark.
All right, we'll be back with tonight's first pitch. We'll check in with Andre Knott, find out what adjustments the Reds are making interleague style now that they have the DH at their disposal here tonight. That's coming up next. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by WB Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by Nature Stone, the only concrete solution.
Night game ever in Major League Baseball in Cincinnati, May 24th, 1935. Today in Cleveland, the Indians will host the Cincinnati Reds. Game 3 in a 4-game season series. Welcome back along with Jensen Lewis. I'm Al Pulowski. Great to have you here. When you talk pitching really in Major League Baseball for the last, 5 or 7 years, all it's been about is our showstopper tonight, Clayton Kershaw, who's about as good as they come. Once again, 7-2 this year, an ERA of 2. He's got a 9-1 strikeout to walk ratio.
Pretty ridiculous. His last 4 starts, Al, all wins for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He's got a 1.19 ERA, 28 strikeouts in 30 1/3, and a guy that really has been the benchmark for what elite starting pitching is. He is a big reason why that the Dodgers have finally been able to make up some ground in the National League West.
All right, Clayton Kershaw, he's been great for the Dodgers. Let's see if Trevor Bauer can be great tonight for the Indians as he gets the start. Let's head upstairs for the call of tonight's game. Here are Matt and Rick. Fellas.
All right, thanks, guys. The Indians and the Reds ready to lock horns once again. And, of course, interleague action features pitchers having to hit when you're in the National League Park. And in the 2 games, the starting pitchers combined for 2 hits. Josh Tomlin had one. Amir Garrett had the other. Now we won't have to worry about that over the next 2 games. Let's go downstairs to Andre Knott with more on that.
Matt, you said it perfectly. Wasn't interleague one of those fun, cool things to talk about, 20 years ago? Not so much when you're the Cleveland Indians and gone through what they went through the last 2 days at Great American Ballpark. Were 2 of their better pitchers last night? Well, had it bets, you know what he wants to talk about. Andrew Miller there had a tough swing in the 8th inning, and then Carlos Carrasco wasn't even allowed to swing last night. Terry Francona said after the game, now that you can give the intentional walk, he wants the intentional strikeout, where you just put 3 fingers up and say, just bring my guy back here. Now we're back here in an American League Park. Tito is happy, but on the other side, the Reds have scored 7 runs per game at Great American Ballpark. For Tito, he's happy that they're back home and he doesn't have to worry about his pitchers hitting. In tonight's Hear Right sounds of the game.
He was asking Vambo what that guy's secondary pitches were. Man, I was like, man, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And then, then we told Carrasco before the game that he couldn't swing. Told him to bunt. Should have just told him to take. You know how when you do this now with we should have just gave him do this and come back.
All right, quick note, guys. The lineup change has been made, and I know you guys will get into it. I want to give you the latest information I have. Lonnie Chisenhall is out of the lineup. He came in today, said he felt a tinge of vertigo. If you remember, there was a play in Houston on Sunday where he went into the plate a little awkwardly, did not score. He believes on that play is the play that he was hurt on. They're checking him out. They don't know if he has a concussion or if anything else is wrong with him, but that's why he's not in the lineup. We'll know more a little bit later, and I'll give you more as I get it.
All right, thanks, Andre. Interesting that Lonnie Chisenhall was in the original starting lineup, but now sidelined, and we'll keep you up to date on that situation. Indians take the field behind right-handed pitcher Trevor Bauer, and let's take a look at the starting lineup he will face tonight for Brian Price and the Cincinnati Reds. It's courtesy of Hankook Tires. Billy Hamilton, the dynamic leadoff man, at the top of the order, followed by Zach Cozart, Joey Votto hitting 3rd, Adam Duvall cleanup, Eugenio Suarez bats 5th. Scott Schebler in right field will hit 6th. Scooter Gennett will DH. He'll bat 7th. Then it's Tucker Barnhart, the catcher, and Jose Peraza, the second baseman.
And Trevor Bauer will be our Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher tonight for the Tribe. He is 4-4. And Matt, as you said in the open, he's lost 2, he's won 2, he's lost 2, he's won 2. He's on a roll right now. Let's see if he can keep it going against Cincinnati. He's 1-2 in his career. He didn't pitch against them last year. And in Progressive Field, he's 2-1 against them. So let's see if Trevor Bauer can keep it going against the Cincinnati Reds. Let's check out the defense brought to you by Ram. Behind Trevor tonight will be Brantley in left, Zimmer in center, Robertson over in right, Ramirez at 3rd, Lindor at short, Kipnis is at 2nd, Santana's at 1st, and Perez is doing the catching.
Same umpiring crew that was in Cincinnati has made the trip north to Cleveland. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, is now behind the plate. Tim Timmons at 1st, Will Little at 2nd, Clint Fagan is at 3rd base. Well, if ever there was a team that had home field advantage in a series, it would have to be the Cleveland Indians. In the first 36 meetings between these 2 clubs that occurred here in Cleveland, the Indians won 18 and Cincinnati won 18. Since then, The Indians have won 14 of the last 15 games played between these two clubs here at Progressive Field.
Yeah, well, this is the home territory. This is something you want to see them do on this homestand. They have 3 teams coming in here on this homestand and see if they can turn it around at home. They played awfully well on the road.
62 degrees, cloudy skies, and a first pitch strike from Trevor Bauer. We weren't sure if this game would even get started the way it rained late this afternoon. Big curveball drops in. He's ahead of him 0-2. But boy, it cleared out just in time to get this game started at 6 o'clock.
Timing is everything.
And hopefully the rain stays away at least long enough to get this one in. Billy Hamilton 3 for 8 in the 2 games played in Cincinnati with a couple of runs scored.
Yeah, we talked about it in Cincinnati. This is the guy you want to keep off the bases. 23 out of 26 stolen bases. But Yan Gomes threw him out yesterday. Did a heck of a job. Turned that whole game around.
Two balls and 2 strikes. There is Gomes sitting out tonight with Roberto Perez catching Trevor Bauer. And a low fastball was fouled away. This will be the 7th pitch of the at bat to start the game.
Well, Trevor Bauer, he is second in the league as far as pitches per inning, 19.2.
Close, but just missed in a full count. Zach Cozart waits on deck. Another foul back. Billy Hamilton has reached base in 22 of his last 23 games. During that time, he's batted over 300, and that's what the Reds have been waiting for. Swung on and missed. Elevated fastball, and he finally got him.
Well, it was a battle. He fouled off quite a few pitches, but Trevor gets his 54th strikeout. And that's this combination he used against Houston. High fastballs, and he mixed in the curveballs going away. In his last start, he only walked 1. He had a season-high 9 strikeouts against the Astros. And this is a very good Cincinnati offense.
Good fastball in there for a strike to get ahead of Cozart.
Something they did. They just continued to keep coming back yesterday. Indians had a 7-3 lead, and they kept coming back until they tied it up.
Pops this one sky high. Roberto Perez sheds the mask to the screen. No, sir. Zach Cozart, the Reds shortstop, is the best among National League shortstops in batting average. Also leads in on-base percentage among shortstops, slugging percentage.
Off to really a fine start this year.
Two-strike changeup struck him out. Back-to-back Ks to start the night for Trevor Bauer. Storylines are brought to you by Wayside Furniture. For Bauer, 6 under 100. That's the key. He has averaged over 107 pitches per start and averaging just under 6 innings per start. If he can get to 6 and be a little more efficient, he's got a chance to get a little deeper into the ball game, which I think would not only help him, but probably
help the bullpen.
Yeah, take a little of the burden off the pen.
And they could use some help right now. You know, Trevor's a guy we always felt he could go deep into a ball game. But the key is minimizing pitches early in the game. They don't understand when you average 20 pitches per inning, it's awfully tough to do, to go more than 6 innings.
One pitch to Joey Votto.
You know, he's not Trevor's not walking as many guys this year. He only has 16 walks, and he's got 55 strikeouts. He's averaging over 10 for 9 innings. But it's nice to get those 3 pitches or less when you can get outs.
Not chasing, 3-1. Of course, doesn't have to chase when you get 2 borderline calls that go your way as a hitter. And he walked. So a 2-out walk keeps the inning alive and brings up Adam Duvall.
For Cincinnati, batting fourth, the left field, number 23, Adam
Duvall has hit 9 homers, has driven in 35. He has driven in a run in 6 of his last 7 games.
Yeah, he got him going in game 1 in the first inning, a 2-out base hit that drove in the first run for Cincinnati. And doubled in one yesterday. So he's been cashing in early.
Breaking ball, and he fouls it back. Cincinnati, in their last 12 road games, has been outscored by 35 runs. They got out to a good start first couple of road series, but since then it's been tough sledding. And the 0-2 is up and away.
Yeah, they play. They're 14-13 at home, Matt. 7-11 on the road.
Bryant Price in his 4th year at the helm in Cincinnati. Many Reds fans wonder aloud, will he finish the season at the helm? Slow breaking ball hit the short. Lindor will go the short way to second, and the inning ending force takes care of Cincinnati. The Indians are coming to bat after Trevor Bauer punches out a pair in the first. Indians starting lineup for Terry Francona, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Jason Kipnis will lead it off. Francisco Lindor batting second. Michael Brantley hits third. Then it's Carlos Santana batting cleanup. Edwin Encarnacion, coming off a 2-homer game, will hit fifth. Then it's Jose Ramirez. And the reshuffled bottom third of the lineup is Bradley Zimmer, Roberto Perez, and Daniel Robertson.
Luis Alberto Bonilla is going to be the Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher for the Reds tonight. His record 0-2. You can see in his 2 starts, 1 complete game, 6.38 ERA, only 18 1/3 innings, 14 strikeouts though. and 8 walks. He has allowed 4 homers. First time he's ever faced the Indians or an Indians hitter.
First pitch to Jason Kipnis is in there for a strike. Slow chopper to first base. Bonilla has to get over. He does. 1 down.
Let's take a look at the Reds defense, brought to you by WB Mason. They are rated 3rd in the National League with 23 errors. In the outfield will be Duvall in left, Hamilton center, Schebler over in right, Suarez at 3rd, Cozart at short, Peraza is at 2nd, Votto at 1st, Barnhart doing the catching.
Fastball strike to Francisco Lindor. Lindor has now hit in 9 straight. Helped him out that time. 0-2.
Anytime you face a guy for the first time, you'd like to see a number of pitches in an at-bat. For the first time through, you want to see where that arm slot comes from, where you have to concentrate on. Sometimes that can be a little tough first time through. You know, the hitters, they can watch all the video they want of his prior start and things like that, but until you get in the batter's box, you're not sure. Lindor, a nice career so far against Cincinnati.
Hit hard but foul past Sandy Alomar down the first base and coaching box. Sandy knows all too well this rivalry between Cleveland and Cincinnati. Think back to when it all began. The 1-2 pitch struck him out. 2 down. Arcia in the driver's seat tonight. Michael Brantley batting .344, first time up with 2 strikes. He's always been a tough out.
Well, just consistent all the way through. Close and late. 7th inning on. Not much more can be said.
And he has picked up a hit in 8 straight games. And Bonilla with the first pitch strike. Last night in the second, or make that the 3rd inning, second time up for Brantley. He delivered an RBI double. Goes foul at the first baseline. And that RBI double for Michael, just his 2nd run driven in this month. And as we close in on this, the final week of May.
Now you're trying to get on him to drive in some more like I did yesterday, huh? Gonna have to hit a home run now. Pretty good take right there.
Just missed inside, and it's 2-2.
I think Bonilla might have thought he had one because he was walking in. Take a look at it on our Nissan pitch tracker. Breaking ball. Boy, that's a pretty good pitch. Got to tell you, you get a break there.
Wow, another close one, and it goes Brantley's way as well. I think Jeff Kellogg's strike zone's a little tight. I thought there were a couple of pitches when Bauer was out there in the top of the first that could have gone his way.
That's definitely a strike. If you're not going to give that on the inside part of the plate, then you better go off the plate a couple of inches. Both those 2 pitches I thought were strikes. Well, get the walk.
Well, it was like that with Joey Votto, who was the 3rd hitter.
Yeah, it was.
It's just kind of strange.
Well, when you're sitting, that's the tough thing for me, when they're sitting right on that inside corner, and that is the toughest pitch to get called a strike, you know, as far as the fastball goes. But he threw the slider in there. It had the corner, and it looked like it had plate, and the fastball. They just didn't call it. So if if it's got to be on the plate, then you don't want to throw a whole lot of strikes in there. You know, you may just push them back and then go back out away if they're not going to call it in there. I would assume he's going to have to give a couple inches away on the outside part of the plate.
Broke his bat, fouled it back. Big chunk of his bat came flying off.
It's now a 30.5 ouncer instead of 31 ouncer.
Santana had a tremendous at bat in that third inning of last night's game when the Indians scored 5 runs. Amir Garrett, the starter, had to work very hard. Santana fouled off a number of pitches and eventually came through with an RBI single in the left field.
Yeah, I really think it set that whole inning up because, you know, it wears you down when you have 11-12 pitch at bat. Encarnacion came up behind him and hit a 2-run homer. And then Gomes homered after that. So, yeah, he really did wear out that pitcher. It was a great at bat.
Encarnacion would be next if Santana keeps the inning alive. Reds have the shift, 3 on the right side. And Lisaverto Bonilla is falling behind 2-1.
Yeah, he has that first name. You got to say it slowly.
Lisaverto. Yeah, that doesn't roll right off the tongue.
No, it does not. I had to practice for about 8 hours.
Santana steps away. Bonilla took too long.
Yeah, they couldn't get on the same sign.
Down and in with a breaking ball. Brantley holds at first, and the count is 3-1.
Good job there by Barnhart. That's one where you're on first base. You have to anticipate that ball being in the dirt. And Michael might have been able to get to second base, but that takes a lot of practice. And I mean, you have to really consciously work on it. That's a ball possibly, if he was paying attention or thinking that ball could be there, he could get there. Not many guys do it, but when you do and you get that extra base, it could mean a lot sometimes.
Now the 3-1. There's a ball hit deep right center field. That's in the gap. That'll go to the wall. Brantley coming around third. He's going to have to stop there. Reds played it well. Indians at second and third on the 2-out double by Carlos Santana.
Yeah, he smoked that ball, and you're right. The defense of the Reds didn't play it very well, but that's exactly what I was talking about. That extra base sometimes can make you look good. And he smokes that little 92-mile-an-hour two-seamer off the wall, and there you'll see Schebler get it into the cutoff man. And they do a great job getting it in. They had to hold Michael Brantley up at third base. Nothing they could do, so still a little action here with 2 outs.
That could not have ricocheted to Schebler any better for him. Took one hop, hit the wall like somebody threw it to him. 3 on the left side of the infield now for Encarnacion, who takes ball 1. Edwin really got loose last night. 2 home runs, and then he reached his 3rd time up. He hit a bullet to third. It was ruled an error, but it was a hard hit ball that ate up Scooter Gennett, who was at third base last night.
Yeah.
And that ultimately led to the difference in the game. That was the run when Encarnacion scored on the wild pitch.
Well, you think about it, he's really starting to zero that stroke back in. He's hitting a lot of balls down the left field line, maybe just foul, but he's hitting them hard. Things are starting to come together. You see, he's just just a hair early. You know, he's going to get this thing in sync here soon. Last night, a couple of dingers. That one was a upper decker. Nice 2-run homer. And then his next time up, a little off the end of the bat. That was only in the first row, but it counts the same. And that's the third time he has hit 2 homers in a game at Great America Ballpark. One in the Indians uniform, one with the Blue Jays, and one with the Cincinnati Reds.
Barnhart did a nice job to keep a run from scoring with that block. But now Edwin with a 3-1 count.
Yeah, you would think he'd be a little careful here, even at first base is open, but
fouled right back. Boy, he had one to hit, but it was maybe just above the hitting zone.
Yeah, he I left that changeup up. You don't want him up there. See, they want it down and away, and boy, he had one to hit and just fouled it back. You want that one back again, but I don't know if you'll get it in this at bat.
Second and third, 2 down here in the first inning. Low, ball 4. So a couple of walks sandwiched around a double, and the bases are loaded for Jose Ramirez. Now, we talked about Michael Brantley, you know, the fact that he only has a couple of runs driven in here in the month of May. Jose Ramirez had 21 runs batted in April. Wow. Only 3 here in the month of May.
Well, that's why the Indians, their record is the same. In May, I mean, they're a 500 ball club. They're 10-10. You see the numbers offensively they're putting up.
Ramirez looks at a first pitch strike.
This is the thing that you want to get rolling here at home, is hitting with runners in scoring position. Now, this guy was the best on the team last year with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. This year, Jose's hitting just 250. He was at least 100 points higher last year. But every year is different. That hit can get an offense going in a hurry. A 2-out base hit.
No 1-1. In the air, left field. Back goes Duvall. Onto the soggy warning track to end the inning. Indians leave them loaded. And we are scoreless after 1. No score. Eugenio Suarez will lead it off. Trevor Bauer struck out a pair, walked a batter in the first. Suarez came up with what was nearly a game-changing hit for Cincinnati last night. A pinch hit, 3-run homer. That tied the game at 7 in the 7th inning.
Yeah, just got out to right center field. He got him back in a hurry. He had a 4-run inning. But that is a pretty good ballpark to hit in. I think you hit that same ball in this ballpark, it's an AB down in the grass in right center field, to be honest with you. Not to take anything away from him either, Matt. But you see, he stayed inside that baseball, and that gets in. It hits on the top of the fence right at about the 370 mark. And this guy's turned himself into an excellent hitter. We remember when he first came up, when he was Detroit.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could have probably knocked the bat out of his hands, but boy, he has developed to have a very good approach offensively.
Bauer having trouble putting him away. It's a full count. Scott Schebler waits on deck, then Scooter Gennett.
Made a good pitch.
Struck him out. Called third strike on the outside corner. His 3rd strikeout here tonight.
You know, that's what we talk about with Trevor Bauer. He gets himself, when he can get ahead in counts, which he has, but he puts himself in situations where you have to throw very good pitches, which he did right there. He threw that fastball away and got the called strikeout. But you don't want to have to put yourself in that position too many times in the course of a ball game.
You know, his last start against Houston, I know he had at least 1 inning where he kept the pitch count down.
Yeah, he had one quick inning there that I remember. He came out, it might have been an 8 or a 9 pitch inning. And you see, you're not getting anything on the inside part of the plate. That's already established here in the first that we can see. And you don't want to really put that ball on the inside part of the plate because you may not get it back.
That's hit hard to deep right field, and it is a tremendous catch once again by Daniel Robertson.
Boy, this guy, he's at the right place at the right time. Last night, a couple of great defensive plays, and it was in center field, and then he made the strong throw to throw out the tying run at home plate late. And that right field, man, he goes right up into that wall and makes a nice running catch here.
In football, they have wedge busters.
Yeah, watch this. Boom.
He's the wall breaker.
That was our, that's right, WB Mason defense. He ran right into the defensive sign.
I mean, absolutely just smoked that wall in deep right field, but held on.
Good play.
And now Scooter Gennett steps in and takes a strike down to Andre.
You know, Daniel Robertson told me something last night after he went in the wall here in Cincinnati. He said one time he went in and tried to brace himself, put his arm out, and he said he dislocated his shoulder. So if you see where he braces himself and kind of goes into it the way that he does, he's doing that to protect himself, not to hurt himself. And he's smart about it.
Yeah, you go in there and you try and just, I mean, it's hard to do when you're on a full run to just sort of like play dead and run into that wall, but
it's kind of natural to put your hand out because
sure
you try to break your fall if you're going to the ground, but you can get in an awkward spot going up against the wall that way.
Well, sometimes you can't help yourself, but if you can and you get out there and you know what you're doing, you quit and say, hey, he hit it too hard. It's a double. I'll get it in. He's had 2 good nights defensively so far.
The 1-2 out of play. Robertson was not in the original starting lineup, but when Lonnie Chisenhall was a late scratch, he went in and has already had a little impact in this game as Scooter Gennett delivers the first hit for Cincinnati. 2 out, 1-2 pitch.
Yeah, right back up the middle.
Right back up the gut.
Like a breaking ball here. There you'll see it, the curve ball. Stayed up a little bit, but he stayed on it and just took it right back up the middle. Bauer thought he had his glove down enough, did not. So a 2-out single, just like in the first inning. There was 2 outs, and they got a walk.
Now the catcher Tucker Barnhart, who has swung the bat very well against Cleveland. 3 for 4 in the 2 games in Cincinnati with a double. Sends a high fly ball to left, pretty well struck. Back is Brantley, near the wall, makes the catch to end the inning. No score. Middle of the second. Daniel Robertson. He's due up third. Second inning. Bottom third of the Indians order due up. Bradley Zimmer will lead it off. He'll be followed by Roberto Perez, and then the wall breaker Daniel Robertson due up third.
He's right in the middle of the wedge, huh?
Yeah.
That's a tough job right there.
You know what, though? You think about it, when you're in his kind of role and you're new to town, new to a team, what better way to endear yourself to the fans and your teammates?
Well, he certainly has in the 2 games he just played. And there's a long way to go in this one.
Zimmer bunts. Suarez barehand grab and throw, and he just did get him. If he doesn't go to the barehand, he probably wouldn't have had enough time to throw out the speedy Zimmer.
Well, you know what? That's a good attempt. It just maybe a little too hard. See, he's a step in front. He might have had to deaden that ball a little bit more. I like the idea, leading off an inning. The next time up, what it'll do, Matt, it'll maybe bring him in one little step further, and he'll have a chance to slap it by him. But I like the idea.
Now here's Roberto Perez.
Thing about the bunting, you know, the only time you can really do it, you practice a little bit, you know, when you're out there at batting practice, but game situations, when you want to lay down a bunt base hit, if you're doing it for the first time on the first pitch, you either make a perfect bunt or make it foul. That way you're not going to be out, so you get a little feel for it, and that's how you get a feel for it without just pushing it out in the middle of the field. Try and make a perfect bunt, because it's not a sacrifice situation. You're trying to bunt for a base hit.
Now the 1-2. Ground ball right at the shortstop Kozar. 2 gone. Our great clip of the game from last night. Daniel Robertson started the game in center field, then moved to right, and he said all I was trying to do was get it to Gomes as quickly as I could.
Well, he did that. It was a one-hop throw, maybe a little bit to the first base side, but Gomes had the opportunity, and he got it there quickly enough. And he was able to come back, and that was the tying run.
I don't know about you, but I was actually really quite surprised after the game when he was talking to Andre, and he told Andre, I was thinking about barehanding it.
In the outfield?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you talk about truly do or die in that situation.
Because if you don't throw them out, then they have an opportunity, and guys are running the bases if you don't field it cleanly. Then you give them a chance to get the go-ahead run. But he did the job. He made a good throw.
Now the 1-1.
Yeah, because that would have been the tying run at home plate that he was able to keep off the board. That was a nice play.
Shot to third, but it's foul. No score, second inning. Luis Alberto Bonilla try to retire the side in order after getting out of a 2-out bases loaded jam in the first. Minnesota already won today. They beat Baltimore again. They are
they're hot. Yes, they're playing very well.
They've won 4 straight.
That was Barrios who got the win today. Went to 3-0.
Robertson draws a 2-out walk. That'll keep the inning alive. It'll turn us over to the top of the order, and Jason Kipnis will bat for the second time here tonight. Kipnis 1 out of 10 in the series. That one hit was a home run. Let's go down to Andre.
All right, prior to the game, I told you Lonnie Chisenhall was scratched before the game because of this play that happened in Houston on Sunday when he was headed to the plate. If you guys remember the play, ball comes in at home plate, and right there is where they think something happened to him. Woke up today, didn't feel that well. But Daniel Robinson's the perfect guy to put in 20 minutes before a game because he says he's so happy to be here. He's always ready no matter what Tito asks him to do.
Well, you said it could be vertigo. Is that what you said, Andre?
Well, they don't think it's that. They don't know right now. They're still going through things because they didn't really know anything, guys, until, like I said, about 45 minutes before first pitch. So they're going through some tests, and we'll know more later on tonight or maybe tomorrow afternoon.
No score after 2. In the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Here in the home half of the third, 2, 3, and 4 due up for Cleveland. Francisco Lindor, Michael Brantley, and Carlos Santana. That's when we get to the bottom of the third. Here in the top half, it's Jose Peraza to lead off. And he takes a high fastball for strike one. Peraza 2 out of 6 against the Indians down in Cincinnati. Right at Lindor. And Francisco throws him out, 1 down.
Well, live Indians baseball is back this season with the MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet. You can stay connected with radio broadcasts, stats, news, and more. Download the #1 app for live baseball. That's MLB.com at bat.
Bullseye with a fastball. And the count evens at 1-1. Nice curveball.
Yeah, he's had a good curveball to this point. 5 batters now that Trevor has been 0-2, 1-2. So half of the batters.
A little high with the fastball.
But this guy, he fouled a few off and made him work hard, and probably had a 7 or 8 pitch at bat in his first time up, leading off the game.
That's out of play.
Well, you get a foul ball, you're sitting on the phone, and next thing you know, you're on TV. She's famous.
A 2-2 slapped over towards Andre. Speaking of famous,
you see him dive out of the way.
Yeah,
and that was one he could handle. Andre, you're supposed to protect your partners down in the booth.
I only protect you guys. Jim Day over there is crying on Twitter about how close he is. I told him to go back upstairs if he couldn't handle it.
Yeah, exactly. Get him into your stretching routine. What's so funny?
I'm hurting just getting a stretch in right now.
Now the 2-2.
Oh yeah.
My goodness.
Good pitch. Good curveball. Looks like it must have wrapped around the plate.
Jeff Kellogg apparently did not get the forecast that there is more rain imminent.
Let's see. Well, that might have been a little off the plate, but boy, oh boy, it's tough to.
But as you said before, if you're going to take from one side, you have to maybe give on the other.
Yeah, I would think so.
And this isn't just Bauer. Both pitchers have made what looked to be some pretty good pitches tonight that have not been called strikes.
Yeah, well, he's the crew chief, so his zone is set, man. It's what it is.
Popped him up and shallow left. Brantley is there. 2 down. That will bring up Zach Cozart. Cincinnati shortstop struck out his first time up.
Cincinnati 1 for 8 the first time through the lineup. 3 strikeouts and a walk.
And the Reds, despite the loss last night, still only 4 games out in the NL Central. Milwaukee, the division leader, also lost for the 2nd straight game. St. Louis in 2nd place. They lost last night. The Cubs won. They're 2.5 games, or they're 2 games over 500, a game and a half out of 1st place, tied with St. Louis, and then Cincinnati 4 back.
You know, I think if you talk to people in spring training, people thought Cincinnati had no chance.
None.
But you know, coming out of spring training. But I got to tell you, they've come out of the gate and they played very well. Give them credit.
The 2-1, and they've done it really without some guys that they were probably counting on in their starting rotation.
Their starting rotation, they've got four starters that are on the disabled list right now, and no telling when they're going to come back and how long it's going to take. I mean, their bullpen's been very good, so if they had their starters, they could be a totally different ball club.
Swung out and missed. Trevor Bauer with his 4th strikeout of the night. Retires the side in order for the first time. Middle of the 3rd, no score. Third. And the Indians will send Francisco Lindor to the plate to lead it off. Cloudy night here in downtown Cleveland, but we'll take it because it rained. It rained heavily for about 2-3 hours late this afternoon. And it started to let up, stopped altogether.
Well, that's what you need. You just need the windows that they always talk about, and we're playing in one right now because it looks like it's going to be like this for a lot of the homestands.
Lindor fouling it off of his foot. Strike 1.
We've been so lucky throughout April and for the first part of May. We haven't had really an extended homestand. We're finally getting one here, and it's coming over a Memorial Day weekend.
Second time through the order. We'll see if the Indians have an adjustment for Luis Alberto Bonilla. Lindor retired on the pop-up for out number 1. That's going to bring up Michael Brantley, who walked his first time up.
Well, time to place your votes to send the Indians to the 2017 All-Star Game in Miami. Fans can vote 5 times a day and up to 35 times total. I don't know how they got to that number, but that's how many times you can vote. Visit Indians.com to cast your ballot today.
Very scientific research went into that.
I was going to say, not 30 or not 40, 35.
Brantley drew a walk in the first inning, but ended up stranded at third with 2 outs. Oh, look at this. That's going to work out perfectly. Michael Brantley with a swing and bunt single. And a one-out base runner here in the third.
You know, he may get a little abuse on that swing right there, but it was a thing. Look at that was down. No, he went like this. You know how they're doing this thing. They put it back into the dugout. That ball was almost in the catcher's glove. He picked it out. He's going to take some abuse for that swing. But guess what? It worked out. You get a single, you don't care. You'll take it. He may blush a little bit, but that's a 9-game hitting streak now for Michael. You have to be lucky sometimes as well.
Reds go to a shift, and they'll send the third baseman Eugenio Suarez all the way over into the hole between first and second base. Brantley got a great jump, and Santana blasts one deep and gone. Carlos Santana, his 5th home run of the year, stakes the Indians to a 2-0 lead. That baby was absolutely crushed.
Yeah, that was right on the kisser there. That one didn't have time to hook, Matt. He hit that one out in front of home plate, and the Indians take a 2-0 lead. Oh, baby, right down Broadway. Santana hit his 5th.
That's all the way to the top of the lower section of seating out there in right field. I don't know if you want to call it a home run binge or not, but the Indians have homered in 10 straight games.
Well, that's nothing wrong with he hit that on the first pitch, didn't he? And the reason why, that second time through, you want to know if they made an adjustment. I think Santana did.
Hard hit ball to third, but backhanded by Suarez. Throws out Encarnacion, 2 down.
And the reason why I say that, he's thrown 11 of 12 first pitch strikes. So he's sitting there watching him go strike one, strike one. Next thing you know, he gets up and he jumps him.
Well, in those 10 consecutive games with a home run, the Indians have averaged almost 2 a game. They've hit 19 in the 10-game stretch. So,
well, that one was legitimately a bloop and a blast. Those last 2 hits.
Does Michaels even count as a bloop?
Well, maybe not. But yeah, I'm going to call it a bloop.
That's a blip and a blast. Ramirez takes outside, 1-1. Jose flied to left with the bases loaded and 2 out to end the first inning. And looks at the pitch down low. Three shakes and a nod. And that was obviously a good choice.
Yes, it was. Good curveball there. Swinging over the top was Jose. Looks like he likes to throw down in that zone. You see, Ramirez's first time up really hit a ball very well to left field. Duvall made the catch on the tracker near the wall with the bases loaded in the first, so it looks like they're trying to go down and in and back, give him that back foot slider. They ran the fastball in, and they're not calling it in there, so.
Chopped up the middle. The second baseman, Peraza, able to throw him out to end the inning. But Carlos Santana gets into one. And I mean blast off. 2-0 Tribe after 3. Party of the summer party of the year here at Progressive Field on July 15th. Tickets on sale now at Indians.com/Luke Bryan, or you can charge them at 877-538-6282. Here in the fourth inning, 2-0 Cleveland. Joey Votto will lead it off for Cincinnati. He walked his only time up. While we were in Cincinnati, we were a special guest at the largest private collection of baseball memorabilia outside of Cooperstown. And we wanted to say special hello and thanks to Jeff Bornino, who hosted us at the Green Diamond Gallery. And man, folks, we feel very privileged because it's a private club. It's not something that's open to the general public, but Jeff was very kind to let us in and
as his guest. Yeah,
their collection is incredible.
Second to none outside of Cooperstown. It really was impressive. You could spend hours in there if you're a baseball fan.
Joey Votto with a line drive base hit in the right field. Just the second hit allowed by Trevor Bauer, and Cincinnati has their leadoff man aboard. I was shocked to see a 1948 Indians World Championship team autographed baseball.
Yeah, they had some special stuff in there.
Some great condition too.
I know it.
I saw a story in the Cincinnati papers that the ball that Pete Rose hit to pass Ty Cobb, 4,192 hits, that baseball is going to be auctioned off by Leland's Auction House. It's online now. I went and checked it out. The auction ends at the end of June. That baseball right now is currently being bid on at $60,000.
I bet there might be a bid there by is it Bob?
Well, it's not me, I'll tell you that. But they had a couple other cool things. Lou Gehrig, game used 1939 bat. It's currently going for $152,000. And a Ty Cobb game used bat from 1925. That's at $80,000 right now.
Oh, well, I'm going to go with bigger.
It's a fly ball. That's hit really well. Deep center. Back is Zimmer looking up, and it's gone. And just like that, Cincinnati ties the game. Adam Duvall with a towering 2-run homer to straightaway center. That's not only is it the deepest part of the ballpark, but it's the toughest spot to hit one out because that's right at where that 19-foot wall ends in direct center field.
Well, we told you about the power of Duvall, and I mean it. He has outstanding power, and this is the first time this year that Bauer has given up a response run in any of his starts. You know, the Indians take a 2-run lead on a 2-run homer, and boy, it only takes 2 hitters, and he gives it right back. So we're back to even, but it's the first time he's done that all year. Duvall, his 10th.
Big curveball to Eugenio Suarez, who struck out his first time up.
And for Trevor Bauer, that's the 11th home run he has allowed. Only one time this year in one start he is not allowed a home run. You know, other than that, they have left the yard on him. The one game that he did not, it was against Minnesota back in April, where he went 6 1/3, but every other time he's given up 1. Twice this year he's given up 2 home runs in starts, and one of them coming in his last start against Houston, but they were both solo shots.
And now it's from 0-2 to 2-2. Ground ball, Lindor. 1 away.
Well, it's going to be another Sugardale Dollar Dog Night Friday. The Indians will take on the Kansas City Royals, and from 5 to 7, fans can enjoy $2 domestic cans out in the district. And then after the ball game, a Star Wars tribute themed fireworks show. Tickets are going to be available at Indians.com. That'll be Friday night.
Is that tomorrow?
No, today's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah, we get one more game against the Reds, and then the Royals will be in. It does seem weird because you don't travel on a Tuesday like we did. It's either Monday or Wednesday or Sunday or Wednesday. It does seem different.
The old home and home with Cincinnati. Fouled right back.
Yeah, and that was the first win in interleague for the Indians yesterday. They were 0-4 starting out. Of course, this is only the second team that played. The first road trip, we had the Diamondbacks for 3, and we were swept out there.
We'll go to San Francisco to play the Giants.
Yes.
Go to Colorado to play the Rockies. Padres and Dodgers will come here. 5th strikeout for Trevor Bauer. Actually, Colorado, they come here for what, 2?
2, yeah. We go there for 2. They come here, yes, later on. That's a different mix. They've got a nice ball club going right now.
Well, they've got 30 wins. The only other club with 30 victories so far this year, the Houston Astros.
Yeah, but with Colorado, look what they're doing. 17 wins on the road. They're 17-7. You know, everybody talks about them. Normally, they're great at home. They're better on the road than they are at home.
Scooter Gennett, a base hit in the 2nd inning. And a foul back. This will be the 19th pitch of the inning for Bauer. That's that pitch all night long.
Not going to get called. That's the thing when you get to 3-2, you get into that bottom part of the lineup and they foul off a couple pitches. You have to continue to make good pitches. You don't want to walk anybody down at this end of the lineup.
Santana with a nice backhander. He'll flip it to Bauer and the inning is over. Cincinnati storms back. Adam Duvall with a 2-run homer. We are tied at 2, middle of the 4th. By the attorneys at Elk and Elk. A look at guys on the disabled list currently for the Indians, but it appears as though Corey Kluber is making some headway in his bid to return to the Indian starting rotation.
Is he out pitching tomorrow for Columbus?
Well, I saw him out throwing in the outfield earlier today, so figured that was a good sign.
Today's Wednesday, tomorrow's Thursday, so yes, I think he is.
He's going to pitch against the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Club.
Jump.
Yes, and he'll throw 75 pitches. Didn't hear you say anything to me. I'm sorry. 75 pitches tomorrow for Columbus. Some other notable names just to pay attention to. Tyler Naquin was here today in Cleveland. He stayed the night here last night, worked on his back. He hopes to be back next Monday playing for Columbus, maybe a little bit longer, but he hopes to. And Austin Jackson will play tomorrow night for Columbus as well. Most likely will be with the big league club this weekend.
Any idea how Naquin hurt his back, Andre?
He told me, I talked to him, he said he felt like he was out in the outfield after an at bat and the lower back just started grabbing at him. So they've put him to rehab over the last two to 3 weeks. He's just frustrated when he sees all these outfielders going down that he's hurt in a time where he feels like he could be helping this club.
Bradley Zimmer trying to bloop one into left, but coming in hard to make the catch is Duvall. One away.
Send along a happy birthday wish to Troy Thomas, turning 91 today. Happy birthday.
Roberto Perez steps in. 2-2 ball game. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Hit in the air, deep left, down the line. It is a foul ball. Now fans are pointing, they're saying it hit the pole. They're pleading with Terry Francona to challenge this, and we'll see if we can get another look at it.
I think it hit the railing on the left side of the pole. They're hoping it did. I thought it was a foul ball. They're going to try and get a look at it and see what they think. But
Terry Francona is going to ask him to take a look at it because this isn't a challenge.
Right.
Umpires, you know, will review anything that's close on a home run.
Yeah, that hit the railing.
Yes, it sure did.
That was left of the foul pole. So it was a foul ball, awfully close. I thought it was fair all the way, and my initial reaction, I knew it hit and it kicked back to the right, but it looked like a foul ball on our.
Yeah, I think that those fans, they might have been shielding their eyes when that ball came. They probably they may have heard it hit the railing and thought it was the foul pole.
Yeah, that could be. But it's close enough to have them. This is not an Indians challenge.
No.
Yeah, it's a crew chief
You don't
review.
challenge home runs.
And it is.
Stands.
Yeah.
Foul ball.
Yes, it was, and it was the right call.
So Roberto Perez will try again with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. He might be thinking, that's just the way my luck is going right now.
That's true. It's a game of inches or a foot right there, and
1-2 the count. Breaking ball backed up on him. Chased one and strikes him out. 2 down. T-Mobile Unlimited baseball break. Irvin Santana, another shutout. 7-2 on the year, an ERA below 2. I was watching earlier today during Indians Live, and the guys that do the MLB Whip Around show were talking about, him as a possible trade piece for Minnesota. I mean, yeah, if the bottom falls out on the Twins, but the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, they're playing very well right now. Who knows what's going to happen? You have to wait a while. We haven't even reached the month of June yet. Still got a ways to go.
Yeah.
But he's pitching very well. Minnesota has 4 shutouts as a team. He's got a couple of them.
Daniel Robertson chops one up the middle. It's going to be a base hit. Peraza had to go across the bag at second on the shortstop side of the field. And when he reached for it, he couldn't come up with it cleanly. And Robertson was racing down the line.
Even if he does come up with it, he's not going to throw out Daniel Robertson. Look at him. He's out. Great jump out of the box. Never would have had him, even if he fields it cleanly. No, he can cruise in standing up. That'll be a base hit. That's the 4th hit for the Indians. He's been on twice. He walked the first time up, so 2-out situation. Who knows? Maybe he might get on there, might be able to steal. He likes to talk to anybody, doesn't he? I just see his lips moving.
He is a ball of energy. I mean, he's just constantly in motion.
That's why I'm thinking he can take off here. He has good speed.
Speaking of talking, Joey Votto making the news for his chatter with a fan the other night in Cincinnati. 1-0 pitch. There goes Robertson. Here's the throw.
Safe.
And they call him out.
Tell him to hold on a second. They may want to look at it again.
Terry Francona says hold it.
Yeah, that's too close.
Let's see. He's out.
Yes, he is. Okay, never mind. Just kidding.
We've played 4. Deadlocked at 2. It's a 2-2 ball game. And leading off for Cincinnati will be Tucker Barnhart. Managers are probably more aware of weather reports now than they've ever been in the history of baseball. But Terry Francona has said before he doesn't let that necessarily influence how he manages a game, as Santana let that ball eat him up.
Yes, he did. He played that into a hit or an error, one of the two. Probably an error. That's one you have to charge and try and smother it. But the minute you start breaking back on it, you never know what kind of hop. You see, he started and then quit. and then that spin just takes off, and it you know, it eats him up. So that's going to be an error, and that's the right call.
Jose Peraza, will he be bunting? Third baseman Jose Ramirez peeking in. Pitch up high, no sign of a bunt. When I mentioned about the weather, there is a very strong chance that we'll have some rain moving in here in the next half hour or so. And so do managers, you know, start to look at, hey, we want to grab the lead here in case something happens. Do you manage it any differently? Well, Brian Price trying to force the issue, started the runner, and Peraza fouled it off.
He did that one time, game 1, his hit and run with his bottom part of the lineup. As a matter of fact, it was almost the same two guys, but you know, he didn't want to give out an out and try and hit and run and go first to third. But you have to have the players that can do that, and this is a guy that can put the ball in play. Instead of swinging and missing, at least he fouled it off.
Runner holds, and a bunt attempt, but it's fouled. And now the count is 1-2, so that changes things perhaps.
Yes, it does. Now he's going to go back to swinging, no question. You know, they did it yesterday. Amir Garrett, the pitcher, in a bunt situation. Let him take it off and throw a little butcher boy or swing. And we'll look at that.
Right field single.
That's a good job of staying on it. You see, if you got the right hitters up there and you're going to cut down your swing and maybe try and put it in play, he just shot the hole in right field. That's a really nice job by Peraza. That's a breaking ball out over the plate. The perfect pitch to do it with. It looked like Perez was going to try to block the ball. So the error gets this inning rolling, and they have first and second and nobody out.
Now the top of the order, and the guy who puts pressure on the defense, Billy Hamilton, 0 for 2 so far today. Indians pinch in at the corners. They'll be looking for a bunt.
Yeah, but you don't know with this guy because he can slap it the other way. And look at the hole between short and third. He tries to go that way. You better not give him a pitch out there. He can just serve it out there.
Already squares. Pulls it back. It's down and in.
Well, this is a tough one because if he gets down a bunt, he can run. And if it's a good one, even though you have the catcher out on second base, you got to make sure you get an out in this situation if you're the Indians. Even if he's successful, you got to get one out.
Bunts it. Perez going to go to third, but Ramirez wasn't there, and he throws to first. They get the out.
Okay. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. If he makes a good bunt, Perez wanted to try to get the lead runner, but Ramirez wasn't back there. He didn't hustle back, so he gets the job done. It goes as a sacrifice, but at least Perez got the out at first. Yeah, it's imperative you get one out here.
Now Ramirez was playing in case the bunt came up the line. He would have had to really almost turn his back to home plate and sprint to get back there to beat the runner.
Yeah, that's right.
So now second and third, one out. And the pitch in the Zach Cozart, the shortstop, steps in. He has struck out twice tonight. And that's what Bauer needs.
Yes,
right
he
here.
does. He sure does.
As the rain begins to fall here at Progressive Field.
Is that what I heard on the mics out there? I was hoping that wasn't. Are our mics covered, Billy? Okay. If not, I was going to say please send AB down to get that job done.
And a breaking ball looked pretty good, but called low, 2-0.
Well, this is the guy you want to go at because the guy on deck is, if you have no wiggle room there, that could be problems.
Cincinnati is batted almost 100, actually more than 100 points better with runners in scoring position at home as opposed to on the road. But now Cozart's sitting pretty, 3-0.
Heads up, guys. After the next out, the grounds crew plans on going out and covering up the field. Looks like the rain's going to start coming down pretty hard.
Okay. Thank you, Andre.
Well, then this becomes a very big out for Trevor Bauer,
yes,
doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Now it's 3-0. He's got to come back because it depends on if it's coming, how long he's going to sit. He's going to have bases loaded. So we'll see now. Here they come.
I don't think they've told the crew chief yet. They're just going to jump into place.
Okay, now you're going to have a meeting on the mound. It's at the second walk for Trevor. All this started with an error to start the inning. Misplayed ball by Carlos Santana at first, and now you have some issues. Their best hitter, their big RBI man up at the plate right now, who's been on twice. He walked in his first at bat and singled and scored in his next. Maybe he'll hit one at the infield as you could turn it to a play. That would be a thing of beauty.
Bauer in a tough spot. He deals, and it's inside. Almost hit him. Ball one.
5 straight.
Bullpen starting to get loose. Bauer's thrown 50 of his 85 pitches, 4 strikes. But now he is in serious jeopardy. Check swing and a foul, and that could be a huge break.
That's a break right there because it was inside, and Votto just flinched a little bit and it caught the edge of his bat. Because we know that you're not getting anything called on the inner part of the plate. He's a tough guy to pitch to because you watch where his stance is. He's right on the dish for the most part. Hangs over there in that crouch, chokes up about 3 inches.
Now the 1-1. I can see what Trevor's doing there. I mean, you want to try because he does crowd the plate. You have to try to pitch him in.
I know it. But you're going to fall behind there when you pitch him inside. Well, he challenged him there. With a fastball, he goes straight back, so he's back into the count now at 2-2. You're just hoping he hits one right at one of your infielders.
This soggy crowd trying to urge Trevor Bauer on. With the bases loaded and 1 out in a 2-2 game here in the 5th inning. Strike 3 call.
Wow, he went back in there. A huge pitch by Trevor. Look at him. He pumped up. He is pumped up. That's an outstanding pitch there to get his 6th strikeout. Get one of the toughest hitters. Let's check out the sequence on this. He misses the inside. He was going to bear in. That's the break pitch right there. Went back in. All fastballs. Then he challenged him right there. He fouled it off and come back. The 2-seamer started at the hip and came back and had some run back to it. Excellent pitch.
Been a tough pitch to get called for a strike tonight.
I know it.
But he didn't give up on it.
That was a big pitch.
And a strike to Adam Duvall. Duvall hit the 2-run homer in the 4th inning that tied the game at 2. And it was a massive shot to straightaway center field, just clearing the 19-foot wall. They told us it was 432 feet. Breaking ball hit in the air. Right field. Robertson camps under it. Makes the catch. Trevor Bauer. A terrific job to get himself out of hot water. The Reds leave him loaded. Middle of the 5th. Tied at 2.
Is brought to you by Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. And by your Northern Ohio Honda dealers. Made in Ohio, Ohio proud.
Raindrops falling here at Progressive Field. I think the idea is to try and keep playing through it as best you can until it gets to the point where you can no longer continue.
Absolutely. Why not?
The problem is it's coming down pretty good right now.
Yeah, but you have to do it. I mean,
the forecast
doesn't get any better. Right.
Not for a while anyway. Kipnis with a line drive base hit left center field. That's in the alley. Hamilton's great speed cuts it off. Kip's going for 2. Throw way off line. And he's in safely with a leadoff double.
And that's why you challenge him, man. The ball's going to be a little moist or wet by the time you pick it up and you try and throw it to second base. He was off line. That's a changeup. He left it upstairs. Kip stayed on the baseball, put a good swing on it, and he challenged the throwing arm of Billy Hamilton going into second base. A little moisture. He gets in head first, gets himself a double. That's his 5th, and there's a start to this 5th inning. You want to get one on the board here if you can.
Lindor spun out of the way as he was trying to lay down a bunt.
Boy, I'll say threw that fastball right inside, and in a quick turn.
Perfect bunt to third. Suarez throws him out. So Kipnis now at third with 1 out on the sacrifice bunt as the Indians try to regain the lead now with 1 out on the bottom of the 5th inning. Here's our in-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Carlos Santana's 2-run homer in the 3rd put the Indians in front 2-0. Adam Duvall's 2-run homer in the 4th tied it. And that's where we stand.
Well, Cincinnati's infield in at the cut of the grass. Brantley up. Kipnis on third. The Indians a chance to take a lead.
Michael Brantley. with the infield drawn in. Pops it up.
Not going to get it done.
In comes Schebler, the right fielder. Kipnis tags, but really no chance. And so there are 2 down. And it will bring up Carlos Santana. Well, Santana's already 2 for 2 tonight. He doubled to right center in the first and hit that massive homer on the first pitch his last time up.
Yeah, he'll look to be aggressive again, I would think, but maybe he'll have to be a little more patient. I don't know if he's going to go at him, Bonilla, because he's had very good swings off him tonight.
Breaking ball up and away, 1-0. And hard, deep right field, over his head, tie game. The Indians take the lead. Santana digging for 2. Head first dive, he's safe. A tie-breaking RBI double for Carlos Santana with 2 out here in the 5th. He is 3 for 3 on the night.
Yeah, all extra base hits, 2 doubles, a home run, all 3 ribbies. Matt, he's had great swings off this guy. I'm a little surprised that he went at him like he did. Came back with that breaking ball, and Santana jumped all over it, and he was aggressive going into second base. So a big 2-out base hit. Santana now his 15th double. Big base hit right there.
And a ground ball foul by Encarnacion. Santana began the night 1 RBI behind Jose Ramirez for the team lead, and he has now taken over the top spot with 26 runs driven in. Edwin Encarnacion a walk in the first. He grounded out his last time up, and he takes it in there for a strike. 0-2 the count. Stat of the game brought to you by Buick. Encarnacion's first multi-homer game as an Indian gives him 26 in his career. That was yesterday in Cincinnati. Now it's a ground ball. Nice job by Santana to avoid the hop, but Encarnacion grounds out to end the inning. Carlos Santana 3 for 3 on the night, and the Indians lead it 3-2.
Park for KeyBank Kids Fun Day, and that'll be after the game on Sunday. Stick around for Kids have an opportunity to run the bases. It's presented by Cleveland Clinic's Children. Just go to Indians.com for your tickets. He's got the right idea. Little cover. He's saying rain never bothered me. He's got his glove still looking for a foul ball.
Well, the question now, I think, almost becomes, Rick, how long will they give Cincinnati before they call the tarp? They're going to give them at least one more at bat.
You know what? When you start seeing the shine on that infield, you know, when it starts getting tough to play and they can't really, you know, it's getting stuck in the mud, or they may go out and throw some diamond dust out there on the mound or the plate, but you can see it. It looks like it's coming down pretty good.
So Trevor Bauer, 5 innings under his belt. He's given up just the 2-run homer to Duvall.
You know, and I don't think they expected this rain to come this soon. You know, I'm thinking they were thinking 8:30 or somewhere around there, but it's about 45 minutes early. You like that?
Ramirez has to be sure of his footing. Makes a good throw. 1 down.
Yeah, that's the thing when you're playing in the rain. You just got to go flat-footed. You can't try and be quick.
Terry Francona's going to go to the bullpen here.
Well, he's taking Bauer out, and maybe
he's not taking any chances.
No,
I
he's
guess
not.
With the weather. Well, you know, Trevor is at 94 pitches too. So.
Well, you got 3 left-handers.
Yeah,
4 left-handers coming in. 1, 2, 3.
I think he had Adam Miller up, or Andrew Miller up and ready, and Boone Logan's coming on. So the Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen has been made. We'll be right back. And we are officially in a rain delay brought to you by Nature Stone. And now the question becomes, as Mickey Callaway gathers with the umpires, what's the word? You know, how long are we looking at, do you think, potentially? Because he's got to figure out, you know, is Boone Logan going to be able to come back? Should they keep him warm, or should they say it's going to be so long that we might as well just not even worry about it?
Well, that's a hard call to make, you know, with the forecast. They all have the same phones. They're getting a read on everything.
Well, they're probably going to tell them, look, this is what the situation is. We're going to get back in 30 minutes. We'll reconvene, or in 45 minutes we'll reconvene and see if it's changed, if anything's new. Because Boone Logan was hot. He was up. He was warm. He was on the mound, warming up right here.
I think it was a good call because that shine started to come onto the infield, and it started to get a little slippery. So I think they did a great job of pulling that tarp in that situation. Now it's just a matter of sitting and wait. You can see the forecast in the background on that television. You can see the green blobs around Cleveland. We don't know if there's any windows behind that or not, and I'm sure they do. So we'll find out. Just check your own app. Everybody has their own cell phone.
Yeah, it looked to me like it's going to break up, but it may not be till after 10 o'clock. So the question is,
we'll sit.
And how long do we wait?
We'll wait because yesterday they waited, what, 3 hours plus in Pittsburgh before they finished that game with Atlanta.
Did they know?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Just FYI. So I would imagine we'll wait.
Well, in this situation, it's a 3-2 ball game. The Indians have a 1-run lead, and they have officially already gone to their bullpen. And if this delay lasts any amount of time at all, I'm sure Cincinnati will go to their bullpen whenever we resume play here tonight. So we sit and wait, and while we do that, we'll keep you entertained as best we can. We've got an interview that we did with Andrew Miller before the season began. Very insightful, very thoughtful young man. Not only an incredible pitcher, but just a real joy to talk to. So sit back, enjoy that, and we'll come back and update you just as soon as we can. Bridgestone. And we are getting closer to restarting tonight's ball game. The field is ready for play. The grounds crew doing a great job of getting the tarp off, and then that infield took on quite a bit of rain while we were trying to play through it there for several minutes. So they did a nice job of quickly preparing the field. Andrew Miller's coming out of the Indians bullpen. He's going to take over. Boone Logan was announced and had thrown a warm-up pitch or two, so he will not be available for the remainder of this one. Even though, how's that for a tough night at the office?
I was going to say, he gets an appearance.
You get called in, but you don't get the pitch. He was
announced, but never threw it because of the rain delay. That's okay. One more appearance without throwing a pitch.
But Andrew Miller will take over, and we have a 1 out in the 6th inning, with the Indians leading it by a score of 3-2. And Arch, I'm not sure how this works out. If he gets all the time he needs to warm up, he probably doesn't need a lot because he did throw a little bit in the bullpen.
Yeah, he was out there and he was ready, and this is how the Indians got on the board. Santana 2-run homer to take a 2-0 lead, his second hit of the day, and then Adam Duvall comes right back and ties it the very next inning. 2 hitters into it, and then right at the bottom half of the 5th inning, Santana's going to come back up. Had 3 good at bats today. He doubles again to give the Indians a lead before the rains came, halted this game. It's going to be just about a 2-hour rain delay, very close to that.
Second most RBI in a game this year for Santana. He did have a 4 RBI game against Detroit back in mid-April. But he's having a good night, and you figure he'll get it at least one more at bat before tonight's game is over. Let's take a look at Andrew Miller's numbers as he comes into tonight's ball game. 3-0, 19 appearances, covering 22 1/3. He's given up 1 run, 5 walks, 31 strikeouts.
Yeah, he pitched in last night's game and won an inning, gave up 2 hits and struck out 2. But it was a great throw from Robertson out in right field that kept it out on a base hit that stopped him from scoring the 2nd run that he's allowed. So it was a good play, but he's back in here, and 3 left-handers are scheduled to do up. Schebler,
Scooter Gennett,
and Barnhart. So here's the 2nd window of the night.
And Miller's pitch is outside, ball 1. We resume after a rain delay of 2 hours and 1 minute. And a count quickly 2-0 on Scott Schebler, who is 0 for 2 on the night. He was robbed of a hit in the 2nd inning on a dynamite play by Daniel Robertson, who slammed into the wall in right field. Caught the outside corner with that slurvy breaking ball. Schebler sends one to center field. Back goes Bradley Zimmer onto the front edge of the warning track, 2 away.
Is it me, or did it get a little cooler since that rain delay in the last 2 hours?
It certainly felt like it. They announced 62 degrees at game time, and I think we've come to believe this many games into the season that the scoreboard thermometer is just a little out of whack.
Yeah. It says 64, so it's getting warmer.
I don't think
my fault. I apologize for that.
Here's a liner toward left. Brantley playing shallow, able to make the catch. And Andrew Miller quickly retires the side, getting the final 2 outs here in the 6th inning. 3-2 Cleveland.
will receive a Jose Ramirez bobblehead. That'll be courtesy of Sugardale. That'll take place Saturday. The Indians will play the Kansas City Royals. The Indians will also unveil the Frank Robinson statue before the game. Fans can also enjoy $2 domestic cans out in the district. Just go to Indians.com for your tickets. Should be a good weekend.
Jose Ramirez going to lead off for the Indians here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Cincinnati goes to their bullpen for the first time tonight. Blake Wood.
Appearing for the 21st time.
He's tied with Wandy Peralta and Drew Storn on the staff in appearances, so he'll take the lead with this his 21st of the year. Fastball in there for strike one. He has now made over 200 relief appearances in his career. And that breaking ball down and in. Last year, he led Cincinnati with 70 appearances out of the bullpen.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time with a lot of different teams. Can be a little erratic. You want to make sure he gets in the strike zone.
I remember, you know, when we saw him on the other side, whether it was with Kansas City and then when he came to Cleveland, you'd see flashes. You'd see why everybody said, "Oh, let's take a chance on this guy."
That arm. Yeah, great slider. But it's all about command for Wood. Good pitch. Wow.
That's not been called all night long.
You're absolutely. See, he thought he had one there, and that was a very good pitch. But you're right. From the very first inning, and I'm thinking to the very third hitter, Brantley, that's a strike, man. It's right there, but it hasn't been called all night. So
threw it by him, and Blake Wood gets the strikeout, one down. We always talk about players having to make adjustments in this game, whether they be hitters or pitchers.
Right.
You would think that umpires would adjust when you see that pitch over and over again, and you see pitchers giving you the double take and hitters probably going, whoo.
Yeah.
You would think the umpire at some point would make an adjustment and say, well, maybe that's a little better pitch than I think it is.
Well, I think the players have to make the adjustment first because, you know, they're
He's
sitting
not
out
going
there
to.
in that bullpen. His strike zone's pretty much set.
Yep.
And if you're watching the game like all relievers do and they see, okay, there's some good pitches inside, you can go in there and find out, you know, if he's calling that inside pitch or he isn't.
Find out the hard way.
Well, you will. He made a good pitch and it didn't get called. Then he went
Zimmer
right back.
smashes one right back up the middle. His first hit tonight.
Okay, one out single for Bradley. Gets that fastball. It was about belt high and middle to middle away and just takes it right back up the middle with a very good swing.
These are those situations I wonder about when you've got good speed, but now you've got a little bit of a wet track and you've been sitting around for a while.
Yeah.
You know, how confident do you think you feel?
Well, first of all, he's going to have to get a peek. Sandy will tell him what his time is to the plate. But when you don't know, you know, this is all new for Bradley coming in here and seeing these pitchers, so he doesn't really have a track record on them. So they'll keep an eye on him. You know, this track is not too bad, considering all the, you know, the rain that's been out there. I think the ground crew came in and as we said earlier, they pulled the tarp at the right time where the field didn't get out of control, where they had to spend so much time fixing it.
He's going. Pitches inside
There you
and
go.
couldn't get the handle on it. Bradley Zimmer with his second stolen base on the year.
You know, there's something I noticed on that slide for Zimmer. He's a big, tall kid. When he goes into sliding, watch him. He'll overslide the bag again. Great jump, good speed. He's going to have to slide a step earlier. Remember yesterday in Cincinnati, Matt, on a sacrifice, he went over to third base and he really came off the bag, or he would have been safe, but he overslid the bag. and he was tagged out. He may have to start sliding maybe one step earlier if he can.
Well, now a runner in scoring position for Roberto Perez. And on the 2-0 pitch, it's up high, and this is what you talked about before with Blake Wood. You, as a hitter, you want to make sure you don't help him out.
Yeah, that's true. He can get a little wild. But I like that dimension that Zimmer's bringing to this team about running. You know, he's doing it early, and he looks like he's pretty fast.
Looks like he takes about 3 steps and he's at second base.
I know it. He's a big kid with long legs.
Ball 4. So 2 on with 1 out. And Daniel Robertson coming up. Robertson's having himself another good night. He walked in the 2nd inning. He singled an infield hit in the 4th, but then was thrown out trying to steal. It was a close play, but a good throw by Barnhart. Good tag applied, and made another sensational play defensively in the outfield. So he's put together back-to-back solid performances, and he wasn't even in the original starting lineup tonight.
Yeah. Sometimes, though, that's what happens. You're not expected to play. You get inserted into the lineup, and you have a heck of a game. There was the catch back in the 2nd inning. Runs right into that wall and goes down, held on.
I liked what he told Andre after the game last night. I've got to be ready to play whenever it is, whether it's sitting around for a couple of days, whether it's, you know, in the middle of a game being called into action, or like tonight where you're sitting around thinking you're not starting, and then at the last minute, hey, get ready, you're in there.
Give me my opportunity. That's right. Yeah, I mean, in that position, you're just thrilled to be in the big leagues.
Bottom of the strike zone.
We got to see him a little bit in spring training this year, and you know, he played some infield too. Played some second base, played a little outfield, so he played all over, whatever it takes to help. And Tito loves guys like that. Doesn't matter, just be ready to go.
2 on, 1 out, 1-2 pitch. Zimmer takes off, and Wood stepped off. And they've got him in a rundown. And Zimmer, did they tag him? Yes, I guess they did. Roberto Perez gets into scoring position at second base, but Zimmer is tagged out for the 2nd out of the inning.
Yeah, the old spin move got him. And I thought he had a good jump, but you're in scoring position. He does the spin move, and it gets Zimmer.
You could see Zimmer was just going on first movement. As soon as Wood lifted his foot, he took off.
Always one thing you have to be careful of is that little turn. I hate that move. Rarely does it work, but it did that time.
Line to center, right at Hamilton. And the inning is over. 6 in the books. It's Cleveland 3, Cincinnati 2. moving now to the 7th inning. Andrew Miller got the final 2 outs of the 6th, and he'll stay on and pitch here in inning number 7. Well, can you believe it? Memorial Day weekend is here. Kicks off Saturday. Indians Royals at 4 on FS1. And then more action at 7 o'clock when the Cubs battle the Dodgers on Fox. Or you can always watch it live on Fox Sports Go.
Well, there's one young man that's still hanging around with a glove looking for a ball. Maybe a late arrival at school tomorrow.
If he still has school, I think some schools might already be done.
Already? They're out before Memorial Day, huh? All right.
The 0-1 pitch. I know that young man wasn't a senior in high school. At least I don't think he was. But
well, if he was, they're graduating younger and younger. Look at that.
My son said the seniors, they're officially done. Their last day was already.
Ouch.
Oh, man. Nailed him. And Tucker Barnhart is on base to start the 7th inning for Cincinnati.
Was that slider that came in and looked like it got him on the back knee?
That is the 2nd hit batter this year for Andrew Miller.
Ouch, he jumped right up and got out. See where it gets him. Yeah, back knee. My goodness, that thing ricocheted. He got right up and ran to first. Those catchers are tough.
Never let him see it hurt. Jose Peraza, base hit his last time up. It was a good piece of hitting. He just shot it through the right side. He looked bad on that swing, though, and a lot of hitters do on that Andrew Miller slider. And he slows it down over the outside corner. 0-2. So your Peraza, you've seen one dive down on him that you swing over. You saw that one just dance over the outside corner.
Yeah, now what do you look for?
Fastball, and he did well just to get a piece of it. I think that was the one thing that jumped out at me when I had a chance to sit down with Andrew in spring training, that interview we ran earlier during a rain delay, is that he said, you know, I never feel like I've figured it all out. I'm always constantly trying to think, you know, how can I get better? What can I not necessarily change, but 0-2 pitch, fouled out of play.
What can he do to make himself better and help the team? Well, you know what? When you quit learning this game, then it's time to move on, because you can always get better no matter how dominating you are. He came into the game as a starting pitcher, as a #1 draft pick, and was, you know, just couldn't cut it. Traveled around, was in a big trade. He went from Detroit down to Miami in that Cabrera trade, and then he's moved around, but he's been
in the air, center field. Zimmer makes the catch, one away. I think that's why he easily endears himself to teammates, though, because even with what he's accomplished and as good as he is, he doesn't come in with that giant ego.
Yeah.
Nobody's throwing rose petals at his feet. He wouldn't know how to react if you did.
No, he's a really level-headed guy. He's fun to be around. He's seems pretty much to stay, you know, by himself. He's with the guys, don't misunderstand me, but he's got his routine and he's ready to go and work every day.
1-on-1 out. Billy Hamilton 0 for 2. Bunts it too hard. Santana goes to second. There's the out. They erase the lead runner. That's 2 down.
Good job by Carlos, we think, because you got Hamilton over there at first. But with the left-hander Miller that doesn't have a high leg kick and gets rid of the ball quickly, I don't think it's going to affect him. So it's always good to get that lead runner, even though it is this guy. And you see at first base, Bernhardt could not really go anywhere.
Now there's a play, Arch. Santana can't see that Barnhart has stopped running, so that's got to be somebody communicating him, whether it's Lindor calling for it or maybe it was Kipnis telling him to go to second base.
Well, I didn't hear, but verbally, if somebody could tell him, he had a feel. He had a feel. Almost looked like he could have dove out and caught that ball if he wanted to as well.
And a first pitch Fastball strike to Zach Cozart, who is 0 for 2 with a walk.
That's another thing with Andrew Miller from the left-hand side. For a big guy, he doesn't have a high leg kick. He gets rid of the ball quickly. He's tough to steal on. You just got to make sure he doesn't time you and get that walking lead.
He said that, you know, when he converted from starter to reliever, that it was Bobby Valentine who watched him in spring training working on that slide step maneuver, and was Bobby V who said, do that all the time.
Yeah.
Scrap the windup altogether. And he said, hey, to his credit, I said, yeah, why not? You know, I'm a reliever now. I don't need the windup necessarily.
Well, he simplified it, and he minimized the movement, you know, and I'm sure his control got much better.
Well, that's what he said to me. He goes, you know, I started thinking I don't get any velocity by winding up and doing
right.
Everything's the same. So, yeah, why do I need the windup?
You don't. And we see more and more pitchers doing that, even starting pitchers. Carrasco being one of them.
Fouled right back. But you're right. His work on trying to perfect that slide step has made it a lot tougher for guys, even a speedster like Billy Hamilton, to run on.
Well, especially left-handed, and that's one of the best base stealers in the game right there. And if he's having a tough time picking him up, then it's tough to do it. It's tough to steal, and he's already been thrown out once yesterday by Gomes. So, not that it's going to stop him from doing it, but you got to feel comfortable as a base stealer that you can get a jump.
Freddie Benavides coaching over at first base, giving Hamilton a word of encouragement, probably something like, well, if you're going to go, good luck.
Yeah, I don't know his move. It's up to you, my friend. You're the base stealer. You know, we rarely see him throw to first base. One reason, because not many guys are on first, but when they are, he rarely throws over there.
Well, he can make it a moot point by striking out Cozart with his pitch. Fouling it off is Cozart.
And as soon as I say that, what happens? Redbird gets in my ear and says that's the first time he's thrown to first this year.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, we knew we hadn't seen many.
I know.
Not at all, in fact.
We must be remembering PFP in spring training.
The 2-2 is fouled out of play.
Cozart a nice job of fouling off some tough pitches to stay alive in this at-bat, keeping a 2-2 count.
Well, he's having a terrific year at the plate. Came in hitting .343. And that's down because the Indians have pitched him so tough. He's 2 for 11 against the Tribe. And I think when we started the 2 games set in Cincinnati, he was hitting over .350.
Yeah, he's, I think, .351. He was going into that first game. .351.
The 2-2 again. Oh, missed outside, and now a full count. Runner goes, swung out and missed. He struck him out. Andrew Miller gets his first strikeout. He works an inning and 2/3 scoreless out of the Tribe's pen. They lead it 3-2. And they come to bat in the bottom of the 7th with the top of the order against Blake Wood, who worked a scoreless 6th. He was able to work around a couple of base runners when he caught Bradley Zimmer trying to take off and steal third base on him, and that definitely eased the burden on Blake Wood. Down low. They appeal. He did not go. And it's 2-0 for Jason Kipnis, who doubled and scored the go-ahead run in the 5th. Solid line drive, base hit into center field, and the Indians have their leadoff man aboard. Here in inning number 7, the Reds do have action in their bullpen.
Well, Jason led off the 5th inning with a leadoff double. He had a changeup. He hits a slider here right back up the middle. Almost gets the umpire. He had to sidestep it. Watch him right in his tracks. He thought about going to second base, but he had to wait a minute. Line drive off the bat, so 2 straight hits for Kip leading off an inning.
And now Francisco Lindor, who sacrificed Kipnis over to third base back in the 5th inning. And takes a fastball for strike 1.
You know, guys, there was about a week or 2 ago, Francisco Lindor bunted early in a game and took some flack from some local scribes. And when I asked him about it, he said, my rookie year, I led the league in sacrifice bunts, and that made me a better hitter. He goes, when I'm struggling, I'm going to do anything I can to become a better hitter and help my team win. He goes, I will bunt the rest of my career no matter what anybody says about it when I don't feel comfortable at the plate. And he did that earlier, and that gave the Indians the lead. I just thought it was interesting that he's sticking to his guns when it comes to sacrifice bunts, no matter what the situation is and where
part of it is,
at.
Andre, I think that we live in a day and age now where bunting early in the game is just looked at with a furrowed brow.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
It is, and I think it goes into the conversations we continually have about how the game is changing, but a guy like Lindor is not going to change.
Kipnis takes off. Here's the throw, and he is out. That would be the second base stealer erased in as many innings for Cincinnati if Terry Francona chooses not to challenge.
I tell you, Barnhart's been throwing the ball very well this year, and that again is a bang-bang play over there at second base.
Kipnis, like Robertson, slid for the outside corner of the bag, trying to avoid that tag. And the Indians are thinking it over. Mike Barnett.
He's thrown out 1 out of 2, and they're not going to do it. He was out, so he's thrown out 2 out of 3. So they have 10 stolen bases off Barnhart.
That was really close.
He's right at about 50%. He's throwing the ball very accuracy. That was bang bang.
I mean, he slapped the tag on the elbow just a split second.
You talk about a game of inches
before he was able to get the hand in it.
Good throw.
And there again, another reason why you just don't see guys stealing a lot of bases anymore. Catchers have gotten better. Pitchers have done a better job of varying their delivery. The 2-1. High pop-up. Shallow left. In comes Adam Duvall. 2 down. Let's go to Al Pawlowski with the game break.
All right, Matt, Rick, let's head out to New York, where the Yankees have been dominating at home this year, and against the Royals tonight, they continue that dominance. Didi Gregorius breaks a scoreless tie in the 3rd with his 3rd homer of the year. That's all that the Yankees would need as they win it tonight by a final of 3-0 over the Royals. Luis Severino, 8 shutout innings for the win for the Yankees. He picked up win number 3.
Win but a loss. Jacoby Ellsbury slammed into the outfield wall and had to leave the game in the 1st inning. Made a great catch off Alcides Escobar. And he was diagnosed with a concussion and a sprained neck.
Oh man, he must have ran head first, huh?
They said he ran over 100 feet.
Oh, wow.
To track it down, so he must have been at full speed.
How do you ever hold on to it?
You wonder, don't you, sometimes?
Have to check that highlight out.
Brantley shoots it fouled on the left side.
Well, Adam, I don't know if you're still with us. Adam Victor, Seven Hills, happy birthday, turning 75 today.
Oh, he's just getting the party started.
Well, let's hope so. Open another bottle of wine and tune in. We got a little ways to go in this one.
Base is empty, 2 down. Indians up a run in the bottom of the 7th. Brantley down on strikes, and we'll go to the 8th. 3-2 Cleveland. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. (3-2) Indians, and we go now to the 8th inning. Brian Shaw will come on after Andrew Miller went an inning and 2/3 scoreless.
Yeah, he went an inning and a third last night. Or was it an inning? So Brian Shaw coming in, he went a third of an inning, gave up a couple of hits and a couple of runs. Gave up the 3-run home run to Suarez.
I got Miller for an inning and a third last night.
Yeah, right, I did too.
Yeah, because he gave up the 2 hits and Robertson saved him with the great throw. Joey Votto walked in the first, singled and scored ahead of the 2-run homer by Adam Duvall in the 4th. Called out on strikes in the 5th. Two and 0. The only hiccup for Andrew Miller tonight was that he hit it better. Other than that, he threw 22 pitches and 15 were strikes.
Yeah, he can get on those rolls where he's just pounding the strike zone.
Two and 1 for Votto. Three balls and a strike. And he fouls it off. Full count. A few fans have stuck around through the 2-hour and 1-minute rain delay that we had here tonight. And the payoff pitch. I guess that's the one nice thing, really nice thing about the 6 o'clock start is if you do have a lengthy rain delay, you're not sitting around here at midnight.
Well, that's probably one of the reasons why games are started at 6 in April and May. It's a little colder. You may have some delays, but it's fine right now.
And again, the 3-2.
Yes,
he went too far. They appeal, and yes, sir, Clint Fagan punches him out. 1 down.
Yes, he did.
You don't see Votto, at least we don't, see him chase many bad pitches. This is borderline, and that's probably why he was in between on it.
You know, that's why he chokes up. See him choking up, but he did go. There's no question. He's late. He lets that ball get deep on him. He has the short swing. Bauer was able to lock him up. He really had a good pitched at bat against him against Trevor Bauer back in the 5th inning to get the 2nd out when they had a chance to score with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Well, here's Adam Duvall, and he looks at a first pitch fastball for strike 1. Duvall hit a 2-run homer to center field back in the 4th. His home run just barely cleared that 19-foot wall right where it ends in straightaway center field.
Yeah, he hit it a ton. This guy's got great power. You mentioned it, I think our first game in Cincinnati that in spring training in Goodyear.
Yeah.
Hit the ball off the facing of the scoreboard way out there in left center field. Pretty much 3/4 of the way up.
Now we know it's thin air and all that, but
it doesn't matter. Couldn't hit a driver that far.
Here's the 10th pitch from Shaw in the inning. And a foul out of play. White Sox lost earlier to Arizona, 8-6. Boy, that is a tough place to win in Arizona.
It truly is. That was their 21st, let me see. Their 21st win at home. They're 21-8. So 29 home games for them. The Indians have played 18. Well, they've had their bulk of their games there.
The closest team to Arizona in terms of wins coming into tonight anyway is the Dodgers with 17. I mean, they have really taken advantage of their home field in Arizona.
Yeah, they love to hit in that ballpark. It's a great hitter's park, and we witnessed it in their what was it, their 5th, 6th, and 7th game.
Right field, Robertson makes the grab, 2 down. Well, Eugenio Suarez makes his way to home plate. He's 0 for 3 on the night, but last night pinch hitting. He got Shaw for a 3-run homer that would not have been a home run in this ballpark.
Yeah, but yeah, it played well in Cincinnati, and that was just brought him right back into the game and tied the game up. That was a 4-run inning for Cincinnati.
He swings at the first pitch and pulls it foul.
Started him off tonight with the slider. And you know, Shaw didn't have as good control last night. It was, what would we say, 3 days, I think, three days before his last outing, and he went out and he was up in the zone. He was all over the place. But you come out here, and even though Suarez hit the cutter out, he started him off with the slider. Just giving him a different look. And
elsewhere in the Central Division, you heard Al tell us Kansas City was shut out by the Yankees. Detroit has just gone ahead of Houston 4-2 in the 8th. And Minnesota beat Baltimore 4-3. So the Twins are 25-18 on the year. Just missed 2-1. Minnesota's won 4 in a row. Detroit trying to stop a 3-game losing streak. The 2-1. That cutter just grazed the outside part of the plate, and the count is even.
That's a good place for it with this guy behind the plate, because you're going to get a little more on the outside. We've been saying that all night.
And here's the 2-2. Tried to get him to go after it. Nothing doing. Full count.
You know, this guy Suarez has turned himself into a really good hitter. He went from a guy that was hitting in the bottom part of the lineup when he first came to the big leagues to where he's in the middle part of the lineup. So I mean, that speaks volumes.
And Shaw misses for ball 4, so the inning stays alive. And a dangerous left-handed bat, Scott Schebler, coming up. Mickey Callaway is going to come out and talk with Shaw. As I mentioned before, Schebler was robbed by Robertson at the wall in right field his first time up, and then he homered in Cincinnati.
Yeah, that was his 3rd straight game that he homered in, and I think Mickey's going out there just to go over that scouting report with him. He's an aggressive hitter. He likes to get after it early. So Shaw, if you're going to go out there, you've got to make a quality pitch to get ahead of him. Because the ball jumps off this guy's bat.
Cody Allen getting ready. Picked up his 13th save last night in Cincinnati. And a foul out of play to the left.
He gets up there and he lets it rip. Outfield playing very deep. That no doubles is so they can try and cut it off and get it in. Nothing gets by him. They have the shift on the infield. 3 over on the right side. You can see Ramirez by his lonesome over on the shortstop side until he gets the 2 strikes. Then he'll back up.
Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Broke his bat into the teeth of the shift. Kipnis charges in, makes the throw, and the inning is over. Brian Shaw with a scoreless 8. And the Indians lead it 3-2.
Yes.
Revisiting our storylines tonight, brought to you by Mazda. Bauer, 6 under 100. Well, he went 5 1/3. He was at 94 pitches, and be curious to know from Terry after the game if it was a matter of watching the weather and how that was working, because he went to Boone Logan,
right,
and then they yanked the tarp, and that was that.
Yeah, I believe that had something to do with it.
But Bauer, and the Indians got on the board with the 2-run homer early. They took the lead. But Bauer, I'm sure, you'll hear from him after the game. Stay tuned to Indians Live. The 2-run homer to Duvall, accounting for all of Cincinnati's runs, and they didn't really threaten other than that.
Right. Well, the one time when he got Votto with the bases loaded and 1 out is when he really made that pitch.
Set up because of the air.
Right.
But I mean,
yes,
they didn't.
it was.
It's not like he was getting knocked around at all. He was pretty much in command tonight.
Yeah, Santana, yeah, he saved the day. He's driven in all 3 for the Indians with 3 for 3. He's had a great night.
Yes, he has. And a perfect pitch, 97 on the black outside corner for strike 1. Michael Lorenzen pitched a scoreless inning Monday against the Tribe.
That's a pretty good pitch. Well, this Cincinnati bullpen ranks 2nd in the National League in ERA at 3.25. It trails only the Dodgers. But they lead the league in innings pitched. Now that's something that could come back and hurt them as this year goes on. You get into the summertime. That's where the starters have to pick up some slack and give him a rest. And Brian Price, the manager, he knows it. He was a pitching coach for years, and when you have 3 starters on the disabled list and you don't know when you're going to get them back, that's tough. How long can this bullpen continue to do what they've been doing? He's hoping a while, because with their offense, if they get any kind of starting pitch, it takes it to give these guys a break. They could surprise a lot of teams. I think they already have surprised a lot of teams in the first 6 weeks of the season. Going into 2 months.
Strike 3 called. That was a pretty nasty pitch at 96. It had some movement coming back over the inside corner. 1 down. Well, Michael Lorenzen, how about this? His last 3 appearances before tonight came against the Indians, the Rockies, and the Cubs. 3 pretty good offensive lineups. He's worked a total of 3 innings. He's given up 3 hits, and 2 of those came against the Indians. That's it. So this guy's got a pretty good arm and could definitely be an asset to the Cincinnati bullpen as this season goes along.
Yeah, nice arm. Did you see that? Barnhart took a foul tip and he went to jump up. The umpire caught him, and he was just like he did when he got hit on the knee. He jumped up and started running. He's a tough kid. Yeah, I'm all right. It hurts, but I'm all right.
They want to see the Parrot go for a walk. Ed went 0 for 2 tonight, broke his bat.
Well, that's going to go for a
short
one.
That's a stroll.
That's okay. Mix in that knock, a hit a day. Keeps that slump away. He walked the first time, so he's 1 for 3. It busted his bat, but hey, good things happen. You put it in play, he gets a base knock.
And he's 4 for 11 now in the 3 games against Cincinnati.
That's the 9th hit today for the Tribe. 4 extra base hits, 3 doubles in the home run.
Jose Ramirez, his lone hit in the series was that double leading off the 5th inning in the series opener, but the Indians couldn't cash in. Hit pretty well to deep left. Back is Duvall, and it dies shy of the warning track. 2 down. It's going to bring up Bradley Zimmer, who is 1 for 3 on the night. Don't forget, you can check out Velasano this summer. Velasano.org/Cleveland Indians. And they'll give you all the details on how you can team up and ride with the Tribe to fight cancer. You can, if you're just a novice, you can pedal your bike around the warning track here at the ballpark, or you can get out there on the road with Sandy Alomar, who's an animal on that bike.
Yes, he is. He loves his riding.
Bradley Zimmer. Man, he looks at a fastball that blazed in there at 98. Two fastballs have him ahead of Zimmer, 0-2. Lindor and the Indians will be coming out defensively behind Cody Allen in the ninth. In the dirt, nicely smothered by Barnhart.
The starter for tomorrow night.
Yep.
What a job he did in his last outing against Houston.
Missed inside. Clevenger 2-1 with a 1.56 ERA. He'll be making his fourth start. Yeah, the number there that jumps out, 2 walks, because that had been a problem for him at times.
Well, he was pounding the strike zone down, and I mean he was getting outs and, you know, minimizing those pitches. That's why you could go deep. Yeah, his best game right there. Hopefully he can follow that one up with another one. Because you never know. With Kluber coming back, he's going to be out tomorrow pitching in rehab, as Andre told us earlier. So you never know what's going to happen with him. So
Encarnacion will be off at first. The 3-2 pitch is a bouncer. And the second baseman Peraza will throw him out to end the inning. We'll head to the ninth. Cody Allen looking for save number 14 next.
To Cody Allen on to attempt his 14th straight save this year to begin the 2017 campaign. Welcome back to center field. Jensen Lewis, Al Pawlowski. All right, Jensen, so you've got the bottom third for Cincinnati. Jeanette, Barnhart, and Peraza coming up for Cody.
Still a one-run game, and as all the fans have filed out of here, you still got a job to do. We saw one night ago where it was a little dicey here in the ninth inning, but you got the right guy on the mound trying to close it out.
All right, when it's all said and done, join us for Indians Live right after the game, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. For the call of the ninth, let's head back upstairs. Here are Matt and Rick.
All right, thanks, Al and Jensen. We'll look forward to your comments after the ballgame on Indians Live. In the meantime, it's Cody Allen on for the 20th time this year. He's 13 out of 13 in save situations. And They'll be dealing with the bottom third of the order. Funny because I think I just said last night, how come he never faces the bottom third of the order?
I was going to mention that, but you know what? That's just sometimes how it works.
Big curveball in there for a strike. Jeanette 1 for 3 on the night.
So far tonight, the bullpen, Miller and Shaw, because Logan didn't really throw a pitch, it was 2 2/3 innings, a walk, couple of strikeouts. 26 of their 43 pitches have been strikes.
They said he didn't go on the appeal. It was close. Curveball, and that nailed Roberto Perez, but he's no worse for the wear. Four-2 Tigers over the Astros. They're in the top of the ninth. Houston has the tying run at the plate with 2 down. Line drive right field. Robertson. He thought about maybe making an effort at a diving play, but he knew he couldn't do that with the leadoff man, especially.
Cannot do it. You know what happens? They were playing no doubles out there, and that's one thing. You play too deep. And that's a line drive that stayed up. I think earlier in the game, if he hits this, they're going to be in a little bit more and it could make that play. But you see, you can't, and with the wet turf, you can't take a chance. That's the tying run. You give the single, there's still a double play in order.
And now Tucker Barnhart. Barnhart flied to deep left in the second inning, reached on an error in the fifth, and was hit by a pitch by Andrew Miller in the seventh inning. That is the tying run at first. Jeanette has not attempted a steal. And it's 2-0. Fastball line to left, and that's going to be a base hit. And so this bottom third of the Cincinnati order with back-to-back singles to open the ninth inning.
Well, this Cincinnati club, they never quit. Boy, they keep swinging until that final out. They put 2 good swings on the ball. Line drive to right, and now a liner to left. And they've got a good start to this ninth inning. So they're going to meet on the mound. Bunt situation here. Peraza at the plate. Now remember, in Cincinnati, he worked a hit and run. Not to say he's going to do that with first and second, but this is a guy that can get the bat to the baseball. Again, in a ball game, they let their pitcher sort of square around a bunt and take a little punch swing at it. You have a pinch runner, Alcantara over at first base. It's interesting now.
Arizmendi Alcantara is the go-ahead run now for Cincinnati.
Santana pinching in at first base.
Peraza 1 for 3 on the night. He squares, pulls it back, throw it out of second base, but it's a little wide of the mark, and Jeanette did well to get back quickly.
But did they call it a strike or a ball? I think they were looking in, and the board has a ball. I don't know if he went after it or not.
I believe he did pull it back in time.
Okay.
Squares again, bunts it foul.
Yeah, this is a play here. If they are going to bunt, you're on second base, and now Scooter Gennett, he's got to make sure that ball is down. You can't get a jump and be forced off of second base. It's up to that hitter to put the ball down. It's down the third baseline. Make Ramirez field the ball for the sacrifice.
He squares. Bunts it to Santana. Goes to third. Forced there. Oh. And Ramirez had a notion of going back to first base for a potential double play, but he held on to it.
You know what? Not sure that he had a grip on it, Matt. That's probably why he held on to it. And Santana made a beautiful play, and it looked like his front foot slid out from under him as he made the throw. But he was all over this play. Look at him. He's charging. Watch his foot. See that thing slide? Yeah. It slides, but he still makes a beautiful throw. And then that's where Ramirez decides, I'm just going to hold on. They get the lead runner. Good play.
Now one down, top of the order, Billy Hamilton. He's 0 for 3 on the night. Now Alcantara, the pinch runner, is now at second base, the tying run. Peraza, go ahead, run at first. And Cody Allen with a curveball, strike one. The 0-1. Fastball at the knees, but no call. And a count 1-1.
Pretty good pitch right there. There's been a lot of good pitches tonight that have not been called strikes on both sides.
Breaking ball in the dirt, 2-1. Well, you may have heard Jensen Lewis say a moment ago before we started this inning that last night at Cincinnati it was a dicey situation. A couple of base runners aboard, but you had the right man on the mound at the time. And Cody Allen has talked about that and how just the experiences over the years have allowed him to calm himself in these situations where most people might be losing their marbles.
Well, they are, because people want a 1-2-3 inning. And it doesn't work that way.
Fastball strike 2-2. He said
it takes moxie to get the last 3 outs of a game, man.
They're the hardest ones to get.
Yes, they
ask
are.
Any manager.
Ask any pitcher.
And Jensen, to Jensen's point, Cody told me that, you know, when you see me like take that big gasp of breath, he goes, that's me just calming myself down and realizing I got to execute this pitch. Not worrying about the next guy who's on deck, what might happen. This pitch.
One pitch at a time.
Bouncing ball to Santana. He'll go to second. There's one. Back to first. Double play!
How about that?
The fastest man in baseball doubled up to end the game. What a finish as the Indians hold on to a 3-2 win over the Cincinnati Reds. And the Tribe surging has won 5 of their last 6. Their new high water mark of the year is now 25-20. Cincinnati with the loss goes to 21-25. And did Cincinnati, they're going to take a look at it. They're going to ask him to take a look at it. So let's take another look. It appeared
Santana really fired a rocket. He gets back to first. Lindor. I'll tell you what. Let's see. This is going to be the shot.
Ooh, that is about as close as you can get.
Yeah, that might be overturned. That was bang bang. I know. He was called out. So we need that little angle right there. Looked like his foot might have been on the base.
We need clear and convincing evidence, right, to overturn it.
Boy, that's close.
I think.
See, they get a look. He thinks he saw the replay on the score, but I'm thinking they'll overturn this just from that view there.
And this is a case where, again, in the replay command center, they can put all of these various angles up at the same time.
Yeah, I'm going to say he's safe.
All right, well, I thought they were ready to take the headsets off, so
this one
they're still looking at it. Yeah. I think Cody Allen's convinced it's going to get overturned. He's throwing some warm-up pitches.
That's good.
Worst case scenario for the Indians, there's 2 outs and a runner at first base.
Yeah, I feel sorry for these guys. There's nothing they can do but wait.
For first and third, they'd be first and third.
Yes.
With 2 outs.
First and third, and the speed again as we talk on first base.
Tim Timmons was the first base umpire who made the call, and as we said, it was a photo finish. The call on the field was out, which I think is why it's taken so long, because it has to be clear to overturn it. And that look right there appears that the foot might be on the bag.
And it didn't look like the ball was quite in the glove yet. Well, nobody's going anywhere. They're sitting down looking. It's funny because everybody's looking at the umps. Well, there's nothing they can do. They're waiting to hear.
Well, we have a decision, and it has been overturned. So Cincinnati has new life. First and third, 2 down. And Zach Cozart, their best hitter, at least average wise so far this year, will be coming up to the plate.
There it was.
Yeah.
It was a couple inches. He was safe. The speed beat it out. So they still have life. I would not be surprised to see Hamilton try and take off, because you know they're not going to throw through with a man on third, I wouldn't think. Out is Perez giving the signs. They're concerned about that guy at home plate. So Cody Allen has to focus and make some quality pitches.
It's been a decade since you and I saw a game end with a runner being thrown out at second base.
2007 in Milwaukee.
Kelly Shopping. That was against the Angels. And the pitch to Cozart. Down low, ball 1. If we live long enough, that'd be a good trivia question someday. It was against the Angels, but it was in Milwaukee, and the Indians turned it.
Yeah. It's called the week of snow.
You know, Billy Hamilton has great confidence, but it takes a lot of guts with the game on the line.
Cat burglar now.
To steal here.
I just don't think they're going to throw through.
There goes Hamilton. And a base line drive left field. Brantley can't get it. Tying run scores. They're going to wave home the go-ahead run. And all the way from first base as he was running on the pitch, Billy Hamilton scores. And what a turnaround here in the ninth. From the game being over to Cincinnati now taking the lead 4-3.
Unbelievable, huh? That's what that speed does. They weren't going to throw it through. And Michael Brantley coming in trying to make the game-saving catch. But in turn, he lost the ball where it was located out in front of him. That allowed Hamilton to come all the way around from first. He couldn't get the glove underneath, and he didn't find the ball. And by the time he could get up and look for it, Hamilton crosses home plate with a go-ahead run. So that overturned call.
Wow, was that huge now?
Yes, it was. You watch the speed. He knows he's going to continue to go on, but watch. Now he sees Brantley couldn't find the ball. He didn't hesitate. He made his own decision. That's what speed can do right there.
So Cody Allen suffers his first blown save of the year. And a pitch up high to Joey Votto. Well, the speed of Billy Hamilton is the difference here in the ninth.
Well, I knew he was not going to stay at first base because the Indians were not going to throw through. But it just so happened that line drive, Cozart got a base hit. And we got to look how close Michael Brantley came to that ball. He couldn't put his glove out this way. He sort of went with the backhand.
Yeah.
And that he ended up losing track of it. But it was I can see him trying to make that catch. You catch it, the game's over. And it was just a couple inches off the glove.
Now the 2-1. Well, it was Hamilton's speed that just barely beat out the play at first base that got the overturn call. And then when Brantley couldn't come up with this play and left, he just kept on motoring.
Yeah, it would have been a short hop in the glove, but what it did, it caught those fingers on the glove and just deflected away, and he didn't see it. That guy can run.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down.
Well, now you've got to get the out in hopes that your offense can come back now.
High fly ball center field. Bradley Zimmer under it. And the inning is over. The Cincinnati Reds get reprieve from the replay, and they score 2 to take the lead. And the Indians need their offense to rescue them now. Raisel Iglesias will come on to try to close it, looking for his 8th save of the year. He's a perfect 7 for 7. New catcher is Devin Mesoraco. And for the Indians, Yan Gomes is going to pinch hit for Roberto Perez to start. Then Daniel Robertson and Jason Kipnis duo. Yan Gomes having a pretty good year now offensively. This month of May has really picked him up.
Oh, Oh, he's had a wonderful month of May.
Gomes has batted .340 in the month of May with 3 homers and 10 runs batted in. And the Indians down a run now here in the 9th. Not sure you can rely on the long ball necessarily to save you because that wind is picked up. It looks like it's blowing straight in now from center field.
Yeah, you just want to get some base runners and make something happen, a lot like what Cincinnati did. Once you get some guys on, you never know what can happen.
Slider low and away, ball 1. And a foul right back.
Well, I'll tell you what, he took a healthy cut, didn't he? You know what? He's swinging with confidence now. He eliminated doubt. He looked for the fastball and he got after it. Even though he fouled it off, it was a great swing.
And with all of that, he's recognizing his pitch now.
Yeah.
And he's not, I mean, you're always going to, hey, it's going to happen, you're going to chase, but not chasing very many bad pitches.
No, he is not.
That one knocked the Reds player off the fencing.
It sure did. He's lucky he had that little hole there between the benches.
Iglesias with the 2-2. He did not go.
This is a tough pitch to lay off, but he did. He did a good job. He got the hands out front, but kept the bat back. So he lives for another pitch.
And a foul back. Raisel Iglesias. Came from Cuba. Yeah, he was the Reds' opening day starter last year, and now he's their closer.
Yeah, that's well, with so many young pitchers that they have, they're just putting people where they've. There you go, a couple in a row, a couple of fastballs.
When he first came over, they were trying to figure out if he was a pitcher or a shortstop. The 3-2 broke his bat and fouls it off.
Yeah, I put a little two-seam action on that and ran it in on the fist, and it got deep in there. So we've seen 3 fastballs, 2 four-seamers. You see that one running in on the hands. Now after that pitch, I'm waiting to see if we're going to see one of those sliders. That's going to be the real test if he does throw it. He's just looking for some new lumber. It's supposed to be in there. There it is. They've got him all over the place.
Iglesias spent 3 seasons pitching for the top team in Cuba. Rounded foul. Gomes is having himself a heck of an at bat.
He is. There's 4 straight fastballs he's been able to foul off. And you know they're inside, but it's tough to take in this situation. You need a base runner, but anything close you got to protect.
The off-speed pitch, and he got him with it.
I thought he was going to throw that the pitch before. He threw him 4 fastballs, and then he finally gets him with the slider. and it's a good one. It was a ball, but it looks like it's a strike all the way, and it goes straight down. So very good pitch by Iglesias to get the first out.
Daniel Robertson walked in the second, singled in the fourth, flied out in the sixth. Looks at ball one. That was 99 miles an hour.
Yeah, he threw that one with a little different arm angle too.
And then he comes back from 99 to 87. Gold medallions enough to blind you. Slider.
And then he followed one up in the strike zone. You know, you got him to chase one, so you think, all right, I got to lay off that slider. And the next thing you know, he throws a good one in the zone. That's a nasty one, too.
Just off the outside corner. And Robertson stays alive.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, is try and foul it off if you can. The Indians with 9 hits tonight. Cincinnati with 7. But Cincinnati came back and they have the lead 4-3, scoring 2 in the top of the 9th. First blown save by Cody Allen all year.
A little chopper. Raisel Iglesias with a high flip. Votto pulls it in. Boy, if that goes over his head.
Wow.
It's a whole different story.
I bet when he let it go, his heart skipped a beat. He said, Joey, I bet you didn't think you were going to have to jump for that. He had plenty of time. It's just a matter of getting it over there, but he flipped it, got underneath it, and Votto's right there. So the Indians down to their last out. Whew.
This game was all wrapped up. The Indians had won it. It was a double play in the top half of the ninth to end the game. But Brian Price asked to challenge the double play call at first. And after a lengthy delay, they overturned it. And Cincinnati took advantage, scoring 2 runs to take the lead on a base hit to left field. And now the Indians down to their last out. That young fan still here.
Yes, he is. He still has hope. They're down to their last strike.
Outside, he missed 2-2. And the 2-2. Just foul at the first base side.
Yeah, they're on the line, too. On the infield over there, taking the double away. In case that ball was fair, Votto would have been on it.
Jason Kipnis doubled and scored the last run for the Indians in the 5th. It was 3-2 at that time. They made it stand up until the 9th. In the dirt. And now a full count. And if Kipnis gets aboard, Francisco Lindor would be next. He did not chase it. It was up high, ball 4. And the Indians still have hope. The tying run is aboard. And now Francisco Lindor coming to the plate as Billy Hatcher signals to the Reds outfielders, no doubles defense. Which doesn't mean much to Billy Hamilton. With his speed, he said, you slow guys back up. I'm going to stay right here.
Well, that's what they do. Same thing that happened. The Indians were back there, no doubles. You got to try and find a gap.
Lindor 0 for 3 on the night. He checks. It's a strike called.
And the one thing you know, on the crack of the bat, you're off and running full speed anyway with 2 outs. Can he keep it going?
Lindor brought a 9-game hitting streak into tonight. Outside, he missed 1-1. Lindor has already doubled and homered against Cincinnati this year. Iglesias fires, and a low fastball misses. 2-1.
Take a look at this pitch. Just a little bit down. 96.
Kipnis held at first by Votto. The 2-1. Line drive, base hit, right center field. Schebler over to cut it off. Kipnis will go to third on the play. Indians at the corners with 2 down. They're not done yet.
No siree. That was a really good at bat by Frankie. He had that count in his favor. He went down and hit a line drive, and that's the reason they're playing deep, because that ball in the gap, they were able to come up. Kipnis had his head down. He was tearing to third base, but they keep it in front of him, and they were able to get it in easily. They hold Frankie to a single. But it keeps the inning alive. The tying run goes to third base. Now you got to be alive for a slider in the dirt in case something should happen. But that brings it on to Michael Brantley. He has an opportunity now. Wouldn't that be great to get a base hit, because it came up to him where the ball deflected off his glove and they scored 2.
The beauty of this game is always an opportunity to make amends.
Isn't that the truth?
The pitch. And that fastball in there for strike 1.
I'm thinking in the same boat. If you're Francisco Lindor, you might be able to take off, and I don't think Barnhart's going to throw through. Oh, it's Mesoraco back there now. I'm sorry.
Not running, and a weak ground ball to second base. That'll end it. Cincinnati stuns the Indians with 2 in the 9th to win it by a final score of 4-3. And they've now taken 2 out of 3 to earn at least a split in the 4-game home-and-home series this year. The finale comes your way tomorrow night right here on Sports Time Ohio at 6 o'clock. Well, it was a heck of a finish. Looked like Cody Allen and the Indians were done. Looked like they had it wrapped up. It was over. A double play on the field had ended the game, but a challenge by Brian Price in Cincinnati, overturned by replay, and then they got a 2-run single from Zach Cozart to push ahead the winning margin. That's our Pat O'Brien play of the game.
Yeah, you're right. This was a great turn by Santana. Lindor gets it back. He was called out. The Indians thought they had a win, but hold on. Let's check it out again. The play is overturned. It gives Cincinnati new life. And with the speed on first base, you had a good feeling that he was going to take off. So they overturned that play. There he's safe. And the very next hitter, although it was a good turn, gets a base hit. Zach Cozart. In comes Brantley to dive. And on the play, Hamilton was running. He scores all the way from first base. There's the winning run crossing. And boy, you go from a win to a loss, and you know, that's just the way it happened. My goodness.
And yet, even after all that, they still came back and put themselves at least in position with 2 outs to maybe come back and force extra innings, but it was not to be. So the final score tonight, Cincinnati 4, Cleveland 3. Stay tuned for Indians Live with Alan Jensen. It's coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow night for the finale of the Ohio Cup Series.